Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, racers and pit crew, welcome to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. We got our first two vehicles up into the staging lane now here, up in the burnout box. It's going to be a great evening. What a beautiful evening here in Mission. I'd like to welcome you all. Welcome to everyone on the live stream. Good to have you with us today. Sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. On the pit side, we've got a 12.95 at 105 miles an hour. But we had a win on the spectator side. Just give us a few moments, folks. We're just warming up our computers. It's been a while. Bringing up our next two cars. We'll give you all the information as soon as we have it. Look at that. On the spectator side, a 10.40 at 128 miles an hour, and the pit side we've got 124 miles an hour at 11.14. Just loading up our computer, we've got Steve Sakura as our track prep. We've got Kevin as our starter out there, and all our hard-working staff at the burnout box. And we do have a lot of vehicles today to go through, folks. Great afternoon, evening of racing coming right up. Computer's just warming up here. This is the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Titanium Auto Group. Check out their Facebook page to win $1,000 cash giveaways and a chance to win a 2012 Hyundai Veloster. Check out their Facebook page, Titanium Auto Group, a proud sponsor of Mission Raceway. Don't forget to check our Facebook page and join it, Mission Raceway Park, and check out our website, missionraceway.com, for all the events this year. So glad to be back. It was a long break, wasn't it? Back to racing and having some fun. Friday Night Street Legals. Boy, I think this is one of the funnest days of the week, the Street Legals. Every car has to be insurable, which is pretty cool. All right, we've got our next two cars coming up. Spectator side, we've got Everett Heath from Maple Ridge going against number 885. On the spectator side, we've got a 11.590 at 113 miles an hour, and in the pit side, 11.535 at 118.32 miles an hour. In that spectator side, what a great pass that is. A 12.254 at 112 miles an hour. And the pit side looks like he's having a little issue there. It's not what he wants, obviously. Let's give him a hand, you guys. We're gonna get him off the track. We're gonna have him back later on. Steve racing out there to go see how we can help. We've got lots of events this year. Be sure to check out our website, missionraceway.com, but I'll tell you about a few. June 17th to 19th, the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series is some of the best bracket racing in the Pacific Northwest. Our American friends coming up. Everybody having a great time on that huge race. Also June 30th to July 3rd, and that's the Canada Day weekend. We've got Door Wars 10, the West Coast Pro Mods, MDA Fabrication Outlaws 275, and Door Slammers, and a lot more. Hope to see you there at Canada Day weekend. It is dinner time, so if you're in the mood, be sure to check out the concession stand. Go see Nhra. All the good stuff at the concession stand. I know I will be wandering over there in a little bit to get my dinner. The concession stand is open, as well as the pro shop. If you need a t-shirt, hats, and hey, they've got candy and ice cream. That's another place I'll be going, the pro shop. Get your t-shirts, hats, candies, ice cream, and more. Just gonna be removing this car off the track and we can carry on. It looks like Mustang versus Mustang. Jared Balfour in the spectator side from Surrey. We're gonna get these two cars going as soon as we can get this gentleman off the track. Again, hi to everybody on our live stream. Hope to see you in the chat. sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Of course, a big thank you to Prospect Equipment for providing the backpack blowers for the starting line staff. Super important. Thanks so much, Prospect Equipment. Mustang versus Mustang. On the spectator side, we have Jared Balfour from Surrey. On the pit side, I just have E217, sorry. We haven't got his information up yet, but this should be a great race. Look at these two cars, beautiful cars. All right, here we go. Race tire class slicks or race radials, Mustang versus Mustang. Jared with a 10.245 going 136.96 miles an hour. And the pit side with a 14.135 at 103.98 miles an hour. Gentlemen having a little bit of problems in the pit side. All right, here's some cool vehicles coming up here. On the spectator side is number 666. That cool black truck going against this blue vehicle in the pit side. All right, this looks like a good race right here. On the pit side, a 10.387 at 128.20 miles an hour, and spectator side, the truck at 12.956 at 117.12 miles an hour. All right, on the spectator side, we've got a Cuda going against a Mustang. On the pit side, Cuda on the spectator side. Street tires to lane 5 and 6, please. Street tires to lane 5 and 6, please. Street tires to lane 5 and 6. On the spectator side, the Cuda with a 13.363, 90.08 miles an hour. And pit side is a 14.605 at 99.62. All right, we've got Derek Shirk from Titanium Auto Group. Big thanks to Titanium Auto Group for sponsoring Mission Raceways, and it's having this beautiful race on today, Friday night street legals. Street tires lane 5 and 6, please. Street tires lane 5 and 6. And that's what we're talking about. Isn't that why we love racing? Wow. An 8.251 at 165.16 miles an hour. Great pass, Derek from the Titanium Auto Group. Street tires to lane 5 and 6, please. Street tires to lane 5 and 6. Heading into our street tire class, street tires, we're broadcasting on 92.7 FM. 92.7 FM if you'd like to listen along in the pits. And if you're online with us at the live stream, if you're in Mission, come on down. We'd love to have you out here watching the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. On the pit side, we've got a Tesla. Now, I have never seen a Tesla race on a drag strip, but you know, there's always a first time for everything, and I can't wait to see what this thing does. All right, a little coaching from Kevin, from Willie, sorry. Just pin it. That's right. All right, well, that's not bad for a Tesla. A 14.015 going 104.49 miles an hour. Not bad. Spectator side, we've got Don Mancinelli from Maple Ridge in his 2011 Ford going against another Tesla. Watch out, those Teslas can sneak up on you. Uh-oh. All right, I'm getting myself a Tesla. Sorry, it's happening. An 11.613 for the Tesla at 116.68 miles an hour. And that poor guy on the other lane at 13.968, 107.07 miles an hour. What a great race. How surprising. On the spectator side, we've got Darren Weatherby from Maple Ridge driving his 2018 Dodge, going against Mike Enns from Abbotsford, his 2019 Audi. On the spectator side, a 14.520 at 96.04 miles an hour, and the Audi at 11.6, I believe. Sorry, computers went out. Okay, we've got a Mazda on the pit side, coming up into the burnout box. Looks like a lady driver. We always love to see the ladies getting behind the wheel. It's a beautiful thing. Willie is giving a little coaching here. The young lady, she's gonna do great. Women have no fear, especially behind the wheel. Right, you notice the young lady had an N on the back of her vehicle. That means that she's new, and we're glad to have her here. A 16.706 going 84.75 miles an hour. On the pit side, we've got Dave Massinelli from Mission and the 2017 Hellcat. On the spectator side, a 13.193 and 106.67 miles an hour, and the pit side, a 12.760 at 112.33 miles an hour. On the pit side, we have Kaho Wa from Delta in his 2020 Porsche, and he's going against number E219. Going against the Honda. Stand by for motorcycles. On the spectator side, a 16.348 at 88.65 miles an hour, and the Porsche with an 11.186 at 121.35 miles an hour. I might need a Porsche too, along with my Tesla. On the pit side, we've got Carl Sanga in his 2011 Infiniti. He's going against the black Honda. Wow. On the spectator side, a 14.370 at 97.42 miles an hour. And pit side, that Infiniti, a 12.856 at 112 even. All right, on the pit side, we've got Colin Hookham in his 2010 Dodge. He is from Mission. He's going against this gray vehicle. I don't have his information, sorry. Oh, and now domestics can race imports. That is a new thing here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. What a great race. On the spectator side, a 12.903 at 104.05 miles an hour, and pit side, a 13.124 at 108.25 miles an hour. Motorcycles to lane 1, please. Pit side, we've got Stephen Blumer from Abbotsford going against the black Mustang on the spectator side. Motorcycles to lane 1, please. Motorcycles to lane 1. Stand by for slick tires. Stand by for slick tires, please. All right, next two vehicles, we have Pascal on the pit side in his 2014 Ford from Maple Ridge going against Brendan in his 2002 Lexus, and he's from Burnaby. Brendan with a 15.902 at 88.45 miles an hour. Pascal with a 13.010 at 109.91. On the spectator side, we've got Rob Sylvester in his 2003 Sentra going against Kai Jessamine from Surrey in his 85 Regal. Oh, maybe not. All right, we've got spectator side of 13.166 at 104.88 miles an hour, and pit side of 13.893 at 103.46 miles an hour. Obviously not a Buick Regal. We'll get that figured out. On the spectator side, we've got Paul Chernoff from Port Moody in his 2022 Tesla M3. Another one of those Teslas, watch out. And on the pit side, we've got the Subaru. Looks like a little bit of problems in the pit side. Spectator side, Paul with an 11.513 at 116.76 miles an hour. And pit side, a 13.972 at 122.19 miles an hour. Spectator side, we've got Paul Vitton from Maple Falls, Washington. Welcome. His 2015 Ford. Going against in the pit side, Tyler from Chilliwack in his 1997 Dodge. Mustang in the pit side. On the spectator side, a 13.272 at 129.96 miles an hour, and the pit side a 12.664 at 126.60 miles an hour. Those guys are fast. We've got a Cuda versus a BMW. We got, the Cuda off and running. On the spectator side, a 14.384 at 95.69 miles an hour, and pit side a 12.993 at 99.94 miles an hour. There's a little bit of lag with our computers here, but spectator side with a 13.870 at 100.91 miles an hour, and pit side a 10.985 at 125.90 miles an hour. We're broadcasting live on 92.7 FM, 92.7 FM, if you'd like to listen along in the pits. Thanks for coming out today. What a beautiful evening it is. I thought I saw 17 degrees on my way out here. Amazing. Summer is coming. Yeah. This is the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Be sure to check out Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page to win a $1,000 cash giveaway and a chance to win a free car. I know I entered for that last car. Wasn't a winner, but I'm going to be entering again because Mama's 2004 Toyota Corolla is not cutting it, folks. Mama needs a new car. Make sure you check out Titanium Auto Group for your chance to win. Slick tires to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Slick tires to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, spectators side, we've got a truck versus Audi. All right, on the spectator side, a 14.946 at 94.91 miles an hour. On the pit side, an 11.511 at 120.17 miles an hour. Slick tires to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. And now we're into our motorcycle class. Wow, these guys are exciting here. Corey Craig on the spectator side from Chilliwack in the Black Lightning, going against Johnny Phoenix, also from Chilliwack, Cascade Power Sports. Johnny in the pit side, going against Corey On the spectator side, oh my goodness, how close is this? Corey on the spectator side, a 9.483 at 146.05 miles an hour. Johnny with a 9.471 at 142.76. Wow. Motorcycle class here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Wow, I didn't realize that these motorcycles were that fast. What amazing racers to be able to control those vehicles. The spectator side is sponsored by Lordco. Thank you to Lordco for sponsoring the spectator side, and the pit side sponsored by TCS, Torque Converter Specialties. Big thanks to our sponsors for helping us put this race on. On the spectator side, we've got Everett Heath from Maple Ridge in the 72 Chev going against Dorian from Burnaby in the 2008 BMW 335. Chev versus BMW right here at the Titanium Strip. Everett with an 11.570 at 113.76 miles an hour, and Dorian an 11.021 at 124.75 miles an hour. Carrying on in our race tire class. Spectator side, we've got the Charger versus our little black truck here in the pit side. I don't have their information, sorry about that. My computer's on the fritz. We'll have to see how this goes. Great burnouts from both of them. Spectator side with a 12.029 doing 111.30 miles an hour, and pit side a 12.647 at 117.87 miles an hour. Spectator side, we've got Jared Balfour. Jared Balfour on the spectator side from Surrey, BC in his 2021 vehicle, going against number 178 in the pit side. It's a beautiful blue car. Wow, what a race. Pit side a 10.385 going 128.20 miles an hour. Jared with an 11 point something, sorry about that. My computer's a little glitchy today. Audi on the pit side with a cool happy face on the back window. I like that. Can you guys on the bridge please not stand there? We'd like you to carry on if you don't mind for safety reasons. An 11.703 for the pit side at 117.60 miles an hour. We're opening up the lanes, racers. Lane 1, motorcycle. Lanes 2 and 3, street tire. Lanes 4 and 5, race tires. Into our motorcycle class, we've got Johnny Phoenix on the spectator side. He's from Chilliwack, BC, part of Cascade Power Sports. He's going against Corey Craig from Chilliwack in the Black Lightning. A 1300 turbo 05 Hayabusa. Not sure, but very cool motorcycle class right now here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways Friday Night Street Legals. A 9.417 on the spectator side for Johnny at 144.55 miles an hour. And whoa, the pit side, Corey, a 9.417 at 154.55 miles an hour. That is how it's done here. Beautiful. Be sure to check out our Facebook page, Mission Raceway Park on Facebook. Be informed of all the latest and greatest events down here at Mission Raceway Park. Be sure to check out the Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page as well. Try to win their $1,000 cash giveaways and a free car. If you're hungry, make your way over to the concession stand. Go see Clara. Tell her Chrissy sent you. Oh, my name's Chrissy. I forgot to mention that. Chrissy Anderson. Good to meet you all. Hello to everybody on the live stream. Today's my first day. Thank you very much. I'm not joking. I used to be an announcer for the Northwest Mud Racing Association. If you've ever been to a mud race, you may have heard me talk. So hello to everybody. What a great place this is. Big thanks to Prospect Equipment for providing those backpack blowers for our starting line staff, and big thank you to everybody here putting on this race on the starting line, our starter, Kevin, and of course Steve, our track prep. Everybody, what a smooth working machine we have here. Don't forget about the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, June 17th to 19th. Some of the best bracket racing in the Pacific Northwest. Lots of our American friends coming out to play with us. Always great to have them. Also Canada Day weekend, June 30th to July 3rd, we've got Door Wars 10, West Coast Pro Mods, MDA Fabrication Outlaws 275s, and Door Slammers, and a lot more. Great times here to be had all summer. It's good to have you back and see all your smiling faces. Going into our street tire class, sponsored by Racing Creed. Sponsored by Racing Creed, our street tire class, and here comes our first two cars. We've got Bill Wells from Mission, BC. Malibu versus a Challenger, our next two vehicles up. A 13.759 for spectator side at 101.18 miles an hour, and pit side at 12.796 at 106.73 miles an hour. Into our street tire class. We've got Brendan on the pit side from Burnaby in the 2002 Lexus. Brendan with a 16.011 at 88.04 miles an hour on the pit side, and spectator side of 15.843 at 90.92 miles an hour. On the spectator side, we've got Kyle from Abbey in his 2016 Audi. Pit side at 12.460 at 111 miles an hour. And the spectator side at 13.229 at 107.73 miles an hour. On the pit side, we've got Darren Weatherby from Maple Ridge in his 2018 Dodge. Going against the lady in the Mazda. The Dodge with a 14.551 at 95.75 miles an hour. And spectator side is 17.898 at 80.55 miles an hour. Infinity versus Infinity here. My computer doesn't want to tell me who they are, so they're anonymous. Spectator side at 11.805 at 116.50 miles an hour. Pit side 14.153 at 101.29 miles an hour. We've got Mike Enns in the Audi on the spectator side, 2019 Audi. spectator side, an 11.273 at 124.89 miles an hour. And the pit side, a 13.286 at 108.74 miles an hour. Volkswagen on the spectator side, and on the pit side, I think is Ross from Abbotsford, Precision Carriers Limited, in the 81 Ford. On the spectator side, Steve with a 12.791 at 109.09 miles an hour. Pit side 13.307 at 98.58 miles an hour. Pascal from Maple Ridge, 2014 Ford on the pit side, going against this gray truck, number 221. Just a reminder, there's absolutely no U-turns on this track, please. No U-turns on the track. We've got a BMW on the spectator side. And unfortunately, having a little issue on the line. All right, this gentleman having a little bit of issues here. Can we give him a hand, give him some noise? Thanks for coming. We know we'll get that fixed up, no problem. Big hello to our friends on the live stream. Remember, if you're not here, you can watch us live on the live stream sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Thank you so much, Lordco. Hello to everybody out in the internet lands. Good to have you with us tonight. As well as all our spectators here and all our racers and pit crew. What a great evening to have a race here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways, the Friday night street legal sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Beautiful roadster he's licensing. Reminds me of the ZZ Top car, eh? Pretty cool, sharp dressed car. Let's see what he can do. What a great pass, a 9.540 at 140.91 miles an hour. When I grow up, I want to be just like that guy. Super cool pass. And we have so much more to go here. Right on the spectator side, we've got a white Mustang. Pit side, we've got a red Mustang. Mustang battle here. Another great pass on the pit side, an 11.635 at 124.79 miles an hour, and the spectator side, a 12.166 at 122.61 miles an hour. Another Mustang here in the spectators lane. A 12.025 at 120.36 miles an hour. That looks like a little flame action here at the start line. It's kind of cool. If you're new like me, the red flashing light means there's crew on the track checking out the track. That's why everything shuts down for a moment. Here we've got a Tacoma in the pit side going against the Subaru in the spectator side. Okay, it looks like he's having a little issue, maybe leaking something, so he's gonna back out. We're gonna have the Tacoma doing a solo pass. A 20.680 on the pit side for the truck at 52.96 miles an hour. Carrying on with our street tire class. Oh, little issues in the beginning there, but look at takeoff after that. A 13.942 on the pit side at 124.72 miles an hour. Our starting line track officials, hard at work, keeping our track clean. This is Kahawa, a 2020 Porsche. He's from Delta. An 11.431 at 120.46 miles an hour. Stefan Blumer from Abbotsford, BC. In the pit side, I believe. Don't forget our street tire class is sponsored by Racing Greed. Thanks so much, Racing Greed, for sponsoring this class. We broadcast live at 92.7 FM if you need to listen on in the pits. A 13.803 at 97.34 miles an hour in the pit side. Another Porsche wagon in the pit side. A 13.031 at 106.93 miles an hour. Audi in the pit side versus an Infiniti on the spectator side. On the pit side at 12.762 at 103.87 miles an hour, and spectator side at 11.871 at 116.70 miles an hour. And if you'd like to race, if you got a car you want to bring out here, come talk to us, check it out. We'd love to have you. We've got Paul from Port Moody on the spectator side in his 2022 Tesla. Whoa. An 11.562 at 115.93 miles an hour for the Tesla. Now, these Teslas are definitely impressing me, I'll tell you. Looks like a little trouble on the pit side. Our incredible staff getting him out of the way. Thanks for coming to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Our spectator side is sponsored by Lordco, and our pit side is sponsored by TCS, Torque Converter Specialties. Thanks so much for sponsoring our lanes. So on the spectator side, we have an Infiniti going against the Tesla on the pit side. Those Teslas, they'll sneak up on you. An 11.635 for the Tesla in the pit side at 116.58 miles an hour. They're just getting faster and faster. On the spectator side, a 13.725. Blue car on the pit side, making his way down the track. 13.487 at 108.61 miles an hour. Looks like we've got Colin Hookham from Mission in his 2010 Dodge on the Spectator side. Going against the Chrysler on the pit side. Spectator side a 13.369 at 105 miles an hour. And on the pit side, 13.423 at 108.73. On the Spectator side, we've got another Tesla going against the Volkswagen on the pit side. Well, these Teslas are sure impressing me. A 14.061 at 103.32 miles an hour. And the pit side, a 14.036 at 94.39. A BMW on the pit side and Our Lady driver in the Mazda on the Spectator side. A 13.375 on the pit side at 103.92 miles an hour, and the Spectator side is 17.809 at 77.43 miles an hour. Jaguar versus a Volkswagen. Pit side with a 13.253 at 107.68 miles an hour, and Spectator side a 14.498, 92.09 miles an hour. Mustang versus Jaguar this time. Looks like the Jags taking it this time, an 11.631 at 120.14 miles an hour. Pit side a 15.249 at 70.02 miles an hour. Mercedes versus a Lexus. Two really smart looking cars. Pit side with an 11.046 at 126.42 miles an hour. That's quick. And the Spectator side of 15.101 at 92.36 miles an hour. It's the Hellcat versus the Audi. Dave behind the wheel in the Hellcat. A 12.550 on the pit side at 116.42 miles an hour, and the spectator side, wow, an 11.379 at 120.27 miles an hour. Our lanes are open. Lane 1, motorcycles. Lane 2 and 3, street tire. Lane 4 and 5, race tire, please. We've got a 2011 Ford. It's Dawn on the pit side for Maple Ridge. Dawn with a 13.014 at 109.05 miles an hour on the pit side, a 15.799 at 90.71 miles an hour on the spectator side. Mustang versus Mustang. We got the red Mustang on the pit side, a white Mustang on the spectator side. Friday night street legals here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Always a great time. Mustang action happening right now. Wow, another close one, folks. On the pit side, an 11.591 at 124.51 miles an hour. And the spectator side, an 11.807 at 124.46. Lots of Mustangs this evening. Black Mustang GT at the line on the pit side. A 13.099 at 116.44 miles an hour for the Black Mustang GT. Honda versus a Silverado. Spectator side, a 14.868 at 94.34 miles an hour, and the pit side, a 12.981 at 112.14. Wow, what a great evening to have some racing action. Beautiful. BMW versus Cuda. Cuda in the spectator lane. Pit side, a little too quick on the draw. A 13.447 on the spectator side at 100.05 miles an hour. All right, we've got a Civic in the spectator side and a beautiful big truck on the pit side. Spectator side, a 13.516 at 102.58 miles an hour, and the diesel truck having a little bit of issues off the lines. Too bad. Hope to see him back. Nice looking truck. All right, continuing on the street class, we've got an 11.256 on the pit side at 134.02 miles an hour, and the spectator side at 12.167 at 125.43 miles an hour. Ford and Honda is the battle here. Look at that Honda go in the pit side. Oh, and it's close. The spectator side, a 13.335 at 126.01 miles an hour, and the pit side, a 13.449 at 107.75 miles an hour. Nova versus Malibu. Looks like it's Chris in the far side on the spectator side for Maple Ridge. Spectator side an 11.959 at 114.91 miles an hour, and pit side, whoa, an 11.209 at 119.77 miles an hour. We've got a Honda in the spectator side and a 2018 Dodge driven by Darren from Maple Ridge on the pit side. Don't forget to cheer your favorite cars on. They love to hear it. On the spectator side, a 14.049 at 100.36 miles an hour. And the pit side, a 14.788 at 94.96 miles an hour. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. What a great evening for racing. It's good to see you all out here. My name is Chrissy. Good to see you all. Big thanks to all our track officials for putting on a great race today. Hope to have a whole bunch of awesome races with great weather this year. Be sure to check out our website, missionraceway.com, and join our Facebook page for all the latest and greatest from Mission Raceway. Hey, if you're hungry like me, check out the concession stand. Go and see Clara. She's got all the yummy goods over there. We've also got the Pro Shop. If you need a t-shirt or a hat, or if you need some candy and ice cream, that's where you need to go. Big thanks to Prospect Equipment for providing the backpack blowers for our starting line staff. Don't forget, racers, we've opened up the lanes. Lane 1 is motorcycles. Lane 2 and 3, street tire, sponsored by Racing Greed. Lane 4 and 5 are race tires. Just a little track maintenance going to go on before we carry on with Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac. Big hello out there to our live stream viewers. Hello, live stream. Good to have you with us, watching all the action from the comfort of your home. Big thanks to Lordco Auto Parts for sponsoring that. Don't forget, we're broadcasting live at 92.7 FM in the pits. If you need to go back to your car, you can listen in on all the action. 92.7 FM. Can we get race tires to lane 3 and 4, please? Race tires to lane 3 and 4. Just about ready to get underway again here, momentarily. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Thanks for coming out today. What a beautiful evening it is for racing. It's been a long time since I've seen so many smiling, happy faces. Be sure you're cheering for your favorite cars. They'd love to hear it. Street Legals is so cool that every car has to be insurable. That is pretty sweet. So if you have a vehicle and you'd like to get involved, come and talk to us at Mission Raceway. We'll hook you up. We're doing a licensing pass. Licensing. Can't even say it. But we're doing it. Look at this car. This is amazing. I need one of these. We have a Dodge Dart in the pit side. I don't have his name, sorry, but we're doing a licensing pass here. This should be a great pass, folks. All sorts of power of this gentleman. What a great pass, a 4.949 at 141.19 miles an hour. I do believe I need one of those race cars. That would be a lot of fun. On the spectator side is Johnny Phoenix from Chilliwack, part of the Cascade Power Sports Group, going against Corey Craig from Chilliwack in the Black Lightning, a 1300 Turbo 05 Hayabusa. So we've got Corey in the pit side versus Johnny. Wheelie on that spectator side, super cool. A 9.461 at 143 miles an hour. Sorry, my times just blinked out on me. Sorry, guys. Okay, I think we've got Dustin here in his 2009 bike on the pit side. A 10.925 at 128.46 miles an hour. Carrying on into our street tire class. We've got a Volkswagen on the spectator side versus the Mustang on the pit side. Mustang with an 11.633 at 126.51 miles an hour, and we've got a Lexus on the spectator side, and on the pit side we've got Ross in his 81 Ford, part of Precision Carriers from Abbotsford. A 13.430 at 102.49 miles an hour on the pit side. All right, we've got a Ford Falcon on the spectator side versus this Ford. I do believe it may be Paul from Maple Falls, Washington. Really love to know. The Falcon with a 14.686 at 95 miles an hour, and the pit side a 12.550. We got a BMW on the spectator side versus Everett here from Maple Ridge on the pit side. Everett with an 11.578 at 113.99 miles an hour, and the spectator side at 10.972. All right, we've got Kalasanga in the pit side, our last street tires class, sponsored by Racing Greed. Call with a 13.225 at 110.89 miles an hour. Heading into our race tire class now, our race tire class. On the pit side, we've got Darren Pryor from Abbey in his 89 Mustang going against Karen Christensen on the spectator side, her 87 S10 from Abbey. You go, girl. Darren with a 10.710 at 125.10 miles an hour, and Karen with a 12.197 at 108 miles an hour. We've got a yellow Charger in the spectator lane going against a Chevy truck in the pit side. On the spectator side, 11.982 going 112.13 miles an hour, and the pit side at 12.632. We've got the Chrysler on the passenger side going against the Chev on the pit side. Great launch by the black car, 12.041 at 112.12 miles an hour, and spectator side a 13.013 at 109 miles an hour. Derek Shirk on the passenger side, a part of the Titanium Auto Group. And we have Jason on the spectator side. Should be a good race here, folks. These guys are door slammers. They are quite amazing. Can't wait to see these two go here. Oh darn, it's gonna be a solo pass here for Derek. An 8.429 at, get this, 163.75 miles an hour. Holy cow. Can that guy be my dad? Very, very cool. Big thanks to Lordco for sponsoring the spectator side, and TCS, Torque Converter Specialties, sponsoring the pit side. Be sure to check out Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page. You could win $1,000 cash and a chance to win a 2012 Hyundai Veloster. If you need a new vehicle, head on over there. Some of my friends have actually won stuff from this, so I wouldn't do you wrong. Go over there, check it out, Titanium Auto Group. Check out their Facebook page, as well as the Mission Raceway Facebook page. Be up to date, know exactly what's going on here at the racetrack by joining the Mission Raceway Park Facebook page. All right, they are going to race this car. Is Jason Field on the spectator side? What a treat. We've got it going. right, going a little early, but an 8.540 at 165.74 miles an hour. Big thanks to Shelby, Anna, and Kim is Jesse's mom up here in the tower helping me out on my first day. I couldn't do this without them. Thank you so much, ladies, up here for giving me a hand. Big thanks to all you coming out here today. What a beautiful evening to race. All right, we've got a licensing path. Another word I can't say. The Dodge Dakota going for his license. A 15.890 at 83.25 miles an hour. Back to Street Tires, sponsored by Racing Greed. Thank you so much for sponsoring the Street Tire class. Dodge versus Mustang. Two nice looking cars right there. A 12.894 at 111.49 miles an hour on the spectator side, a 13.860 at 101.14 pit side. Got a gray Chev truck on the pit side. Versus the Lexus. Lexus has an N on the back, which I believe is for a newer racer. You can write N on the back for more coaching at the start line if you need it. Handy tips to know if you're going to come racing. A 14.794 at 94.55 miles an hour on the pit side, a 16.069 at 87.61 miles an hour. On the pit side, we've got the Honda versus the Subaru in the spectator side. Unfortunately, it looks like he may be leaking still. It's unfortunate. We want to see that guy go. Big hello to our live stream people. Hello, live stream out there. All hanging out, having a little brewski at home and watching the racing action. We're gonna pull up the Mustang into this. Oh, maybe we're not. Okay, it looks like maybe a solo pass here for the Honda. Oh no, we don't want any solo racing, do we? We want to bring them up and have ourselves a drag race. Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac. And look at that Mustang go. A 10.561 for the Mustang at 136.40 miles an hour. A 16.68 at 90.95 miles an hour in the pit side. We've got an Audi on the pit side versus a Tesla. It's Paul in his 2022 Tesla M3 from Port Moody. Got to keep your eye on those Teslas. They're no joke. The Tesla taking it with an 11.567 at 115.22 miles an hour, and the pit side was a 13.22 at 104.87 miles an hour. Here we go, an Audi versus Tesla. We've got Kyle in the 2016 Audi from Abbey on the pit side going against another one of those Teslas. Got to keep your eyes on those guys. Tesla with a 13.796 at 103.17 miles an hour, and a pit side a 13.330 at 107.48 miles an hour for Kyle. A little trouble on the spectator side. A 12.267 on the pit side at 114.40 miles an hour. Track officials going to check out how we can help this gentleman. Don't forget about the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series coming up June 17th to 19th. Some of the best bracket racing in the Pacific Northwest. Do not miss that race. It's going to be a big one. Also, June 30th to July 3rd, Canada Day weekend, we've got the Door Wars 10, West Coast Pro Mods, MDA Fabrication Outlaw, 275s, Door Slammers, and much, much more. Another huge race. I can't wait to have that happen. Be around to watch those cars. We're broadcasting live on 92.7 FM in the pits if you need to hear us. On the spectator side, we've got that Subaru. We've been waiting for him to come up, going against a Volkswagen Bug. Punch Buggy Blue, you can't say it back. At Mission Raceways, Street Legals. Volkswagen with a 14.397 at 94.54 miles an hour, and the spectator side, a 13.80 at 110.34 miles an hour. We've got a black Mercedes versus a Volkswagen on the spectator side. Not all the names are coming up on my computer. I apologize for that, but we're cheering all these guys on anyways. We'll get it figured out. A 12.515 at 103.05 miles an hour on the pit side, and a 13.580 at 98.51 miles an hour on the spectator side. Got a blue Mustang in the pit side, and a black Ford, looks like, on the far side. Spectator side of 13.399 at 127.60 miles an hour. And the pit side of 15.307 at 90.27 miles an hour. On the spectator side, we've got Dave Mancinelli from Mission in the 2017 Hellcat going against a Don Mancinelli from Maple Ridge. Now, are these brothers? I'm not sure. 2011 Ford. Pit side at 12.961 at 108.72 miles an hour, and spectator side at 13.730 at 111 miles an hour. Right, we've got looks like a Tesla in the spectator lane versus this pretty cool looking short flat deck truck. Look at that. We're rolling cold. Tesla with an 11.670 at 114.27 miles an hour. And a 23.218 at 63.45 miles an hour for the truck. On the far side, spectator side, we've got a Porsche versus the Honda on the pit side. Wow, a close one. And the pit side of 13.168 at 110.78 miles an hour. And on the spectator side, a 12.93 at 107.30 miles an hour. All right, we've got a 2018 Audi. It's Adam from Surrey on the pit side and going against this cool station wagon. Look at that thing go. Wasn't expecting that. Station wagon with an 11.658 at 115.56 miles an hour. Pit side, 11.811. Got Stefan from Abbotsford on the spectator side. He's posting a 13.658 at 98.48 miles an hour. Looks like a blue Honda Civic with Washington plates on it here in the pit side. Always love it when our American friends come up and play. A 13.663 at 101.68 miles an hour. Here comes a couple Mustangs. We've got the white Mustang on the spectator side and the black Mustang on the pit side. Couple exciting cars here. Can't wait to see what they can do. The white Mustang with an 11.391 at 122.36 miles an hour. Pit side, the 11.825 at 120.56. Right, looks like we've got our motorcycle class. Johnny Phoenix from Chilliwack, part of the Cascade Power Sports Group. Nerves of Steel, a 9.391 at 146.53 miles an hour. Folks, can you imagine doing that speed on a motorcycle? Oh my goodness. These guys are amazing. Still lots of racing to go at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Our spectator lane is sponsored by Lordco, and our pit side is sponsored by TCS Torque Converter Specialties. Looks like a licensing pass. One day I'll be able to say it. In the Dakota. Rate of 15.791 at 83.85 miles an hour. Yeah, it was a little quick on the draw there, though. Mercedes versus BMW coming up next here at Friday Night Street Legals. Pit side 11.535 at 127.38 miles an hour. 13.939 at 79.98 miles an hour in the spectator lane. We've got a Mercedes versus an Infiniti here at the line. Pit side at 11.287 at 133.94 miles an hour. And spectator side at 11.830 at 116. We've got the Chevelle versus the Beamer. Chevelle with a great pass, an 11.057 at 122.54 miles an hour, and Spectator side a 13.890 at 109.86 miles an hour. Chrysler versus a Charger coming up next on our Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. On the pit side, a 13.259 at 109.24 miles an hour, and Spectator side, 21.169 at 108.89 miles an hour. Jaguar versus Jaguar at the line here. That was a close one. Pit side 12.836 at 111.51 miles an hour, and Spectator side a 13.11 at 107.53 miles an hour. Mustang versus Cuda. We've got Pascal in the pit side versus Kai. Not sure if it's Kai, but it is a cool Cuda. Okay, the pit side is a 16.850 at 51.59 miles an hour, and the other side is 17.29 at 45.19. Not sure what went on there. I saw them hitting their brakes. Mazda versus Chevelle. Chris Van Streepen from Maple Ridge on the pit side. An 11.978 at 114.47 miles an hour for the Chevelle. And the Mazda is a 17.342 at 78.37. That little car keeps getting quicker and quicker. It's good to see. We've got Mike Enns from Abbotsford on the Spectator side in a 2019 Audi. Going against the blue Volkswagen in the pit side. The Audi with an 11.165 doing 124.82 miles an hour, and the Spectator side a 12.116 at 114.73 miles an hour. We've got a Camaro, Susan from Abbotsford on the Spectator side. Going against the Audi. A little bit of trouble on the Spectator side for Susan. an 11.354 at 120.90 miles an hour on the pit side. On the pit side, we've got the Subaru going against, I believe it's a Ford on the far side, spectator side. Lots of racing action at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday night street legals. Little snap, crackle, pop there on the spectator side. Pit side at 12.784 at 124.03 miles an hour. Spectator side 13.365 at 128.95 miles an hour. On these cars, but they have gone. The red car with an 11.768 at 118.70 miles an hour, and the pit side a 13.498 at 110.60. We've got a white Z71 in the spectator lane. We got a Genesis in the pit side. You race what you brung, folks. Hey, if you've got a pickup truck and you want to race that looks like a heck of a lot of fun, make sure you talk to us and we can hook you up. A 17.338 at 63.97 miles an hour on the pit side, and a 21.332 at 60.91 miles an hour for the truck. Honda versus Infiniti. Infiniti on the spectator side. Doug Reddick in the Mustang, a 14.068 at 102.11 miles an hour, and the pit side 15.876 at 91.46 miles an hour. Honda versus Infiniti. Attention drivers, your windows need to be all the way up as you make your pass all the way down the track. Please, your windows need to be up for safety reasons. Thank you. On the spectator side, we've got Darren from Maple Ridge's 2018 Dodge. Darren with a 14.559 at 95.78 miles an hour, and the pit side is a 15.298. Dustin Agilden here on the pit side in his 2009 motorcycle. Nhra motorcycle class. mega wheelie at the start, a 12.374 at 80.27 miles an hour. We've got a Mustang on the pit side versus the gray Chev truck on the spectator side. Race tire to lane 4 and 5, please. Race tires to lane 4 and 5. Mustang sure does have a lot of power. A 12.271 at 125.89 miles an hour, and spectator side of 15.642 at 94.14 miles an hour. We've got Colin, who comes from Mission in the 2010 Dodge on the pit side. With a 13.295 at 100.67 miles an hour. And the spectator side of 13.784. Mustang versus Camaro. That's exactly what you want to see on a Friday night. Who's going to win? Is it Ford? Is it Chev? Race tire lane 4 and 5, please. Race tire lane 4 and 5. Street tires lane 3 and 4. Pit side at 12.788 at 112.50 miles an hour, and a 13.70 at 112.78 on the spectator side. We got a Beamer on the pit side versus the Ford. Pit side with a 13.729 at 112.12 miles an hour. Spectator side of 14.296 at 101.26. Infinity on the pit side, Porsche on the spectator side. .303 and 125.90 miles an hour on the pit side. 11.400 and 121.26 on the spectator side. Chev versus Chev at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways, Friday night street legals. Still lots of racing to come, folks. If you're listening on the live stream, come on down. Everett with an 11.558 at 113.88 miles an hour. Spectator side with a 12.835 at 103.17. On the spectator side, we've got Darren Pryor from Abbey in the 1989 Mustang going against Jared Balfour from Surrey in his 2021. Jared with a 10.331 at 138.67 miles an hour. Pit side a 10.79 at 124.80. Wow, we've got some fast cars here at the Mission Raceway. Karen Christensen from Abbey in the 1987 Chevy S10 on the spectator side versus, I believe it's a yellow Dodge. Karen with a 12.275 at 108.27 miles an hour, and the pit side 11.999 at 110.97. Chrysler versus Chev. A 12.901 at 109.82 miles an hour in the pit side, 13.579. And the spectator side, 103.11 miles an hour. A Corvette versus a truck, here we go. When I win the Lotto Max tonight, I know what I'm buying. A 10.997 at 131.86 miles an hour in the pit side, and a 12.51 at 118.43 miles an hour in the spectator side. Great racing here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. This Friday night street legal sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. I'm having a great time. It's my first day as the announcer. I hope you can stand me. But I do love it. What a beautiful evening we have for racing here. All right, we've got our motorcycle class up. Johnny Phoenix from Chilliwack, part of the Cascade Power Sports. He's got an 07 ZX14. Wow, a 9.422 at 144.74 miles an hour. We've got the blue Honda on the pit side versus the gray Chev on the spectator side. Big shout out to our live stream watchers. Sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Watch from the comfort of your home, but better yet, come and watch it live. Like all these great ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out here today, watching the action. A 15.595 with 94.56 miles an hour in the spectator side, a 15.571 at 94.56 miles an hour. All right. Tesla versus Tesla. This is what we all came here to see, isn't it? Come on, white Tesla, go! All right, we had Paul from Port Moody on the spectator side, an 11.587 at 114.91 miles an hour. And the pit side was a 13.639 at 104.54. BMW versus Lexus coming up next. And the pit side of 13.560 at 112.05 miles an hour. And Brendan with a 16.162. 7.26 miles an hour. Mustang versus Camaro. Well, actually, it says Dodge, but that's not right. So much power in that red Mustang. A 12.131 at 125.08 miles an hour for the Mustang, a 13.418 at 112.55 in the Spectator side. Volkswagen versus Mercedes, we believe, but the coolest graphics ever, I must say. An 11.575 at 134.75 miles an hour on the Spectator side, and a 13.45, a 13.469 at 99.52 miles an hour. We've got the 2017 Hellcat. It's Dave Mancinelli, sorry, Mission, BC in that Hellcat. Going against the Beamer. Dave with a 13.329, 116.83 miles an hour. Spectator side at 12.845 at 115.19 miles an hour. Blue Mustang on the far side versus the white Honda. We think it's Sanga in the pit side. Wow, Call with a 13.445 at 110.68 miles an hour. And the Spectator side of 15.526 at 90.37. This is Derek. He is a part of the Titanium Auto Group. He's got a pretty cool car there, and it goes super fast. Derek Shirk at the line. Big thanks to Titanium Auto Group for being such a huge sponsor for the Mission Raceways. An 8.436 at, get this, 163.87 miles an hour. Give that guy a hand. Amazing. Derek, a part of the Titanium Auto Group, a huge sponsor here at Mission Raceways. All right, we've got the Chevelle in the spectator side, and the red truck went a little sideways in that burnout box, kind of made my heart leap. The red truck, a 10.890 at 123.43 miles an hour. And in the spectator side, 109.23 miles an hour at a 12.674. We've got Dustin here from Surrey from TK Performance's 2009 motorcycle. An 11.499 at 84.65 miles an hour. Great pass, Dustin. We got a black truck, a coal roller on the pit side versus the Mercedes. Rolling coal all the way down the strip. A 12.843 at 106.49 miles an hour on the spectator side. A 22.776 at 72.06 miles an hour for the truck. All right, we've got a Lexus versus the Volkswagen. That sneaky Volkswagen, a 13.304 at 102.52 miles an hour versus the 14.978 and 92.47 miles an hour on the pit side. Subaru versus BMW. Subaru with a 12.385 at 125.75 miles an hour. And the spectator side is a 13.550 at 111.57 miles an hour. We got the 72 Chevelle Chris Van Streepen from Maple Ridge. Going against the Mercedes on the spectator side. The Chevelle with an 11.795 at 115.71 miles an hour on the spectator side. And it was 11.395 at 126.36 miles an hour. All right, we've got Mustang versus Camaro. Spectator side of 15.549 at 106.10 miles an hour, and pit side of 19.151 doing 60.03 miles an hour. We've got a truck versus a Honda as we carry on with the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Truck with a 19.728 at 62.03 miles an hour. Spectator side at 22.141 at 64.70 miles an hour. Volkswagen versus Infiniti coming up next. We've got a Mustang versus Infiniti. Don in the pit side of this 2011 Ford. At 11.886, 116.65 miles an hour on the Spectator side, at 12.857 at 109.95 on the pit side. We've got a Dodge Durango with Darren Weatherby going against the Mazda. Never know what you're going to see here on Friday Night Street Legals. Pit side of 14.588 at 95.87 miles an hour. Spectator side of 17.104 at 82.10. Porsche versus Station Wagon. Let me tell you, that Station Wagon's no joke. Keep your eyes on that one. What do you know? At 11.514 at 115.96 miles an hour for the Station Wagon, but it was close at 11.752 at 119.64 miles an hour on the pit side. BMW on the Spectator side, coming up next. At 18.917 at 50.37 miles an hour. Audi versus Subaru. Subaru giving her an 11.982 at 131.29 miles an hour. And the spectator side, 12.754 at 108.23 miles an hour. We've got Colin Hookham from Mission in the 2010 Dodge versus the Camaro. A 13.135 at 107.15 miles an hour on the pit side versus a 15.046 at 108.16 on the spectator side. Volkswagen versus Tesla. Look at that Tesla, an 11.745, 114.69 miles an hour. Pit side with 12.012 at 116.11. We've got a Porsche on the spectator side. It's a grocery getter, but hey, you come on over here and have some fun. That's what it's all about at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. A 13.026 at 107.39 miles an hour. It's not bad for a grocery getter. Back into our motorcycle class, we've got Johnny Phoenix from Chilliwack, part of the Cascade Motorsports Group. 2007 ZX14. It's Johnny on the pit side, number 666. A 9.405 at 147.05 miles an hour. Eric Whitehorn, are you missing something? We have your wallet at the Pro Shop. Kindly head on over there and grab your wallet. We've got Dorian from Burnaby, a 2008 BMW 335. A 20.103 at 50.90 miles an hour. Okay, we've got a Volkswagen Bug versus a Beamer here at the Friday Night Street Legals. The Bug with a 13.964 at 94.25 miles an hour, and the spectator side a 13.869 at 112.42. . We have Kevin Robinson in the pit side, going against the Camaro. A 14.816 at 105.46 miles an hour on the spectator side, a 15.704 at 91 miles an hour on the pit side. Infinity on the spectator side. And a 15.540 at 90.57 miles an hour. Great racing action here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Proud to be a part of it. Big thank you to everybody that's outside watching and everybody that's watching on the live stream. Hello. Hope you're having a good time and cheering for your favorite cars. All right, my computer's acting up a little, but we have the green car on the pit side, black car on the spectator side. .632 at 110.33 miles an hour on the pit side, a 13.369 at 109.98 on the spectator side. Blue Volkswagen on the spectator side. .055 at 114.35 miles an hour. Falcon versus Infinity. What a great looking Falcon that is. The Falcon with a 14.096 at 105.30 miles per hour. 14.323 at 98.82 on the pit side. Nitrous Nova at the line. Kind of think it's a Chevelle, but it could be Nova. Not sure. I need to win the Lotto Max. A 9.122 at 166.05 miles an hour. What a great pass. We've got Dave Mancinelli from Mission and the 2017 Hellcat on the spectator side. What was this? And the blue Jaguar on the pit side. .692 for Dave at 113.22 miles an hour, and the pit side at 12.841 at 110.60. We've got Chris in the 72 Chevelle from Maple Ridge on the spectator side. Going against another Jag in the pit side. Pit side of 13.003, taking it at 107.55. And Chris with a 13.014 at 114.76 miles an hour. Tesla versus Honda. Spectator side 13.802 at 102.85 miles an hour, and the pit side of 14.880 at 92.58. Mercedes versus Ford truck. Moly at 11.866 at 130.45 miles an hour in the pit side, and a 12.219 at 111.89 miles an hour for the truck. Wasn't expecting that truck. Amazing. All right, we've got the white Z71 in the pit side with the interesting name. Do you believe that's Sebastian? Going against the Genesis on the spectator side. Spectator side of 15.405 at 95.77 miles an hour, and the pit side of 20.500, 62.58 miles an hour. Got a Honda on the pit side versus a gray Volkswagen on the spectator side as our street legals continue. Volkswagen with a 13.137 at 104.34 miles an hour, and the pit side of 13.864 at 100.89. Eric Whitehorn to the Pro Shop, please. Eric Whitehorn to the Pro Shop. We got a Volkswagen versus a Tesla. And look at that Tesla go. Paul in that Tesla from Port Moody at 11.539 at 115.59. And the pit side of 13.119, doing 107.09 miles an hour. Big thank you to all our track officials. What a great race this has been. They are so smooth. It's pretty amazing. Volkswagen versus BMW as our street legals continue. Great racing action here. The weather is holding. It's a beautiful evening to be out racing. Thanks for being here with us. Pit side at 12.918 at 116.26 miles an hour. And spectator side is a 13.476, doing 99.59 miles an hour. Infiniti versus the BMW. A little bit of a problem in the pit side there, but spectator side a 13.270 at 112.71 miles an hour. Pit side a 16.344 at 90.71. Porsche versus Mercedes. That's what the ladies up here are telling me. Big thanks to the ladies up here helping me out. Spectator side an 11.800 at 124.34 miles an hour, and the pit side an 11.712, doing 122.64 miles an hour. Chevy and a Mercedes here racing down the line. Whoa, look at that thing go. 11.641 in the pit side at 124.68 miles an hour. Spectator side is 16.985, 83.14 miles an hour. Great racing here on a Friday night. Glad to be with you today, having a great old time. Jag versus Audi. Jag with an 11.590 at 120.67 miles an hour, and the pit side is an 11.289 at 120.27 miles an hour. Very close race there. McLaren versus a Mercedes Cameron in the far side. The spectator side is 2011 C63. Wow, that McLaren sounds mighty fine. A 10.689 at 131.79 miles an hour. And in the spectator side is a 12.290 at 118.76 miles an hour. Can't wait to see that car back. Very beautiful. All right, we've got the Battle of the Mustangs again. The red Mustang on the pit side and the black Mustang on the spectator side. It's Derek on the pit side in his 2015 Mustang versus Paul Gibb from DeRoche on the other side. Looks like Derek takes it 11.510 at 125.52 miles an hour, and a 12.624 at 118.74 miles an hour on the spectator side. We've got Chris Butler from Calgary, Alberta in this 2009 Corvette going against Everett from Maple Ridge in the Chev. Corvette at an 11.255 at 132.39 miles an hour. Spectator side at 11.836 at 113.82 miles an hour. Malibu versus the black truck. Oh, wow. Just a tad too fast, a .001 off for the pet side. A 12.066 at 111.55 miles an hour on the spectator side. We got a Chrysler at the line on the spectator side. A 12.804 at 110.37 miles an hour for the Chrysler. Audi versus an Infinity. The Audi driven by Mike Hens from Abbotsford. And Mike is not messing around. An 11.094 at 126.8 miles an hour. Spectator side, a 15.738 at 89.40 miles an hour. We've got Stefan Blumer in the Mustang from Abbotsford going against the blue truck here on the pit side. Pit side of 13.670 at 98.32 miles an hour. And the spectator side a 16.436 at 89.63 miles an hour. Mercedes versus Porsche. Should be a good drag race right here. .271 on the pit side, 125.15 miles an hour. A little squirrely in the spectator lane, 13.272 at 119.58 miles an hour. We got a Volkswagen versus a Lexus coming up next. .020 at 92.25 miles an hour on the spectator side, 16.003 at 92.12. Going back into our motorcycle class, we've got Dustin from Surrey and TK Performance on the pit side, going against Johnny Phoenix from Chilliwack Cascade Power Sports in his 07 ZX14. A 9.760 at 144.55 miles an hour for Johnny, and a 12.277 at 124.12 on the pit side. Tesla versus Volkswagen. The Tesla with an 11.713 at 115.53 miles an hour, and spectator side at 12.029 at 114.54. Infiniti versus Porsche. A 12.775 at 107.10 miles an hour on the pit side, a 13.518, 103.60 miles an hour. Acura versus Infiniti. Wow, what a great start on that spectator lane. .782 at 117.44 miles an hour on the spectator side, a 14.919 at 109.94 miles an hour on the pit side. Infiniti versus Ford, we believe. .140 at 99.08 miles an hour on the spectator side, a 15.450 and 92.06 miles an hour on the pit side. We got some pretty nice cars here. The Ford Falcon versus the Mustang. Also, Badass Garage is here selling novelty items, signs, balloons, man cave art. Check them out at the Pro Shop, near the Pro Shop. Eric Whitehorn, we need you at the Pro Shop, please. Eric Whitehorn to the Pro Shop. .487 at 120.65 in the pit side, and a 13.850 at 101.05 on the spectator side. Tesla versus BMW. Looks like the Tesla got a little excited off the line there. A 13.932 at 108.22 miles an hour on the spectator side. And the Tesla a little too quick on the jump there. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out today. What a great evening of racing. Today's my first day, and my name is Chrissy, so it's nice to see all your smiling faces out there. Hello to everybody on the live stream as well. Coming up next, we got that blue bug versus the truck. Stefan from Abbotsford. Super close race, a 14.132 on the pit side versus a 14.031. Very close. Okay, what are these guys? Infiniti. 11.502 on the pit side and a 16.001 on the spectator side. We've got a Mercedes versus a Chev, and what a great smoke show we've got on the pit side. Pit side with an 11.830, running 120.01 miles an hour. On the spectator side, a 15.795 at 92.92. Battle of the Porsches coming right up. Cuda in the 2020 Porsche. Pit side of 13.125 at 120.64 miles an hour. Spectator side at 11.827 at 118.73 miles an hour. This is the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Our spectator side is sponsored by Lordco. Our pit side is sponsored by TCS, Torque Converter Specialties. Tesla versus an Infinity coming up next. Friday Night Street Legals. Remember, if you want to race, be sure to contact us and we will hook you up. Spectator side at 11.665 at 114.88 miles an hour, and pit side at 13.805 at 103.54. Mustang versus Mustang. We've got Don from Maple Ridge on the spectator side in his 2011. So hard to keep traction when you've got that much power. 13.150 on the spectator side at 108.74 and a 17.845 at a 53.83 on the pit side. Don't forget Badass Garage is here selling novelty items, signs, balloons, man cave art. They're located over by the Pro Shop and they got some really cool stuff. Might want to check it out. Also, if you need some hats, t-shirts, candy, or ice cream, head on over to the Pro Shop and maybe bring Chrissy some of those candies too. Jared from Surrey in the 2021 Ford on the spectator side. And the yellow Charger on the pit side. He had a 12.581, doing 110.53 miles an hour. And the spectator side with an 11.637 at 134.20 miles an hour. Great passes as we carry on with our Friday Night Street Legals. We've got a blue Civic coming up to the line in the spectator lane. Spectator lane sponsored by Lordco. Thank you so much, Lordco. Don't forget, if you're hungry, head on over to the concession stand and see Nhra. I've just tried one of their hot dogs. I'm telling you, it's not that bad. Yum, yum, dinner time. A 13.519 at 103.93 miles an hour. Big thanks to Prospect Equipment for providing the backpack blowers for our starting line staff. Big burnout in that cool vehicle. He's a part of the Titanium Auto Group. Make sure you check out their Facebook page. You could get a chance to win $1,000 cash giveaways and a chance to win a free car. While you're at it, why don't you check out the Mission Raceway page on Facebook as well. Keep up with the latest and greatest coming from our racetrack. Launching like SpaceX, and 8.485 at 163.42 miles an hour. That thing is pretty darn cool. Just a reminder, we have opened up our lanes. Lane 1, motorcycles. Lane 2 and 3, street tire. And lane 4 and 5, race tire. Johnny Phoenix from Chilliwack. A 9.453 at 146.62 miles an hour. What a man. If you have headlights, racers, can you please turn them on? It's getting to be that time of night. You can turn on your headlights, please. We're back into street tire now. We have a Lexus versus the Acura. A pit side with the 15.173 at 92.19 miles an hour, and spectator side taking it a 14.630 at 106.76 miles an hour. Well, we know we've got the Tesla in the far lane. It's Paul from Port Moody. He's running 11.564 at 115.34 miles an hour. Pit side an 11.853 at 117.23. Infinity versus the black truck that's rolling coal. Spectator side, a 15.743 at 90.36 miles an hour, and the truck a little too quick, a .008 too quick. We got the Hellcat driven by Dave from Mission in the pit side versus the BMW on spectator side. .655 at 118.38 miles an hour in the pit side, of 14.005 at 111.48 for the spectator side. Audi versus Volkswagen. Audi with an 11.393 at 120.96 miles an hour. Spectator side a 13.280 at 103.35. Right, we're gonna do a track check at this time. This is a great time to head on over to the concession stand and see Clara, or to the pro shop. They've got t-shirts, hats, candies, and ice cream. We also have Badass Garage there selling novelty items, signs, balloons, man cave art. I might have to wander over and check out what they got over there. What a great evening of racing, the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Friday night street legal sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Big thanks to Lordco for sponsoring our spectator side, and TCS Torque Converter Specialties for sponsoring the pit side. Also like to thank Prospect Equipment for providing the backpack blowers for the starting line. Like to thank all of our track officials here putting on such a smooth race. I mean, it's not so smooth up here in the tower. I wish I could tell you everybody's names, but we're working on it. We're gonna get it all figured out, all our bugs sorted out, and make it happen for you every Friday for the Friday Night Street Legals. On the pit side, we've got Darren in the 89 Mustang. He's from Abbotsford, going against Karen Christensen from Abbotsford in the 1987 S10. Pit side is 10.928 with 128.89 miles an hour, and spectator side is a 12.407 at 108.55. Moving into our S10. Here we go with another red truck in the spectator lane. And 11.237 doing 118.81 miles an hour. Moving into our motorcycle class, we've got Dustin from Surrey, part of TK Performance, running his 2009 motorcycle. Dustin with a 10.734 at 126.54 miles an hour. Honda versus Infiniti. Little quick on the draw, Nhra in the pit side. And spectator side of 14.247 at 97.92 miles an hour. Mustang versus BMW. A 13.531 on the spectator side at 113.83 miles an hour. Pit side of 15.543 at 90.91 miles an hour. We got an Audi on the pit side versus our truck on the spectator side. Wow, that thing is pretty quick. A 12.794 in the pit side, a 12.579 on the spectator side. Truck versus truck, Chev versus Chev. Spectator side taking it a 14.260 at 98.89 miles an hour. Pit side a 17.068 at 82.96. McLaren versus Volkswagen. .127 at 114.05 miles an hour on the spectator side. McLaren with a 10.966 at 129.19 miles an hour. Such great racing action here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Friday night street legals. Having a great time here. I hope you are too. Be sure you're cheering for your favorite cars. I'd like to say hi to everybody on the live stream. Make sure you come and see us live if you can soon. We miss you. Chrysler versus Jaguar. Spectator side at 12.964 at 109.54 miles an hour. Pit side at 13.265 at 109.68. Jaguar versus Charger next. I'd like to say hello to Mission Towing. Hello, Mission Towing. How are you doing tonight, pal? .108 at 107.70 miles an hour in the pit side, and a 13.440 at 110.34 on the spectator side. Pretty close race. Volkswagen versus the Genesis. Spectator side with a 15.116 going 96.13 miles an hour, and the pit side is 17.326 doing 87.27 miles an hour. At the Tesla in the far lane, spectator side versus our black truck. We've got Jordan from Langley racing the Mercedes. Or there's no Mercedes. There's a Tesla and a truck. You watch show for that Tesla. And the truck said, not today, Tesla, a 13.052 at 102.17 miles an hour. And the Tesla, 13.900 at 101.49. Volkswagen versus Camaro. Pit side a 13.729 at 105.89 miles an hour. Spectator side 15.295 at 105.73 miles an hour. Another Tesla up at the line. Not a sound, eh, folks? That is pretty cool. Never thought I'd be up here announcing a Tesla at Mission Raceway. An 11.618, 115.47 miles an hour. We've got a Tesla on the spectator side and a Porsche on the pit side. The Tesla with an 11.738 at 114.64 miles an hour, and pit side at 13.810, 118.89 miles an hour. Had a little trouble at the start there. We've got Dave from Mission in the Hellcat on the spectator side versus a Subaru. Infinity, sorry. 14.501 at 109.86 miles an hour for the Hellcat, and a 15.659 at 91.60 miles an hour in the pit side. BMW versus a Honda. Spectator side of 14.129 at 100.45 miles an hour. Pit side of 14.660 at 94.50 miles an hour. Lexus versus Acura. Lots of racing left here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday night street legals. 14.328 at 108.59 miles an hour on spectator side, a 15.587 and 78.78 miles an hour on the pit side. Audi versus Infinity. Audi, driven by Mike Enns from Abbotsford, taking it at 11.283 at 125.54 miles an hour. And the spectator side, 14.400 at 98.13. We've got the Audi on the inside, Mercedes on the far side. At 11.996 at 118.81 miles an hour on the spectator side, and 11.308 at 122.24 on the pit side. We've got Colin from Mission in the 2010 Dodge versus Susan, I believe, from Abbotsford in the Camaro. $13.172 for Colin at 107.15 miles an hour, and the spectator side of 14.593 at 109.24. We got truck versus Tesla. The Tesla with an 11.550 doing 115.53 miles an hour. and a 17.493 at 83.13 miles an hour on the pit side. Dodge versus Chrysler coming up next at the Titanium Strip Mission Raceways Friday Night Street Legals. Pit side with a 13.921 at 106.95 miles an hour, and on the spectator side a little bit quick, left a little early. Mustang versus Mustang. I think it's Derek from Surrey in the 2015 Mustang going against Ryan from Surrey in the Shelby GT 500. An 11.908 at 123.22 miles an hour for the red Mustang, and the Ryan with a 14.243 at 68.31 miles an hour. Mustang versus Mustang. We've got Jared Balfour in the pit side from Surrey. This 2021 Ford. A 10.278 on pit side at 139.06 miles an hour. This is getting better and better. Spectator side at 12.40 at 120.22. We've got Chris Butler in the Corvette from Calgary, Alberta, going against Daryl from Abbey in the Malibu. Pit side at 10.905 at 132.82 miles an hour, and spectator side at 12.737 at 104.28. This is just getting cooler and cooler the darker it gets. Here we've got this black truck on the pit side. An 11.675 at 128.07 miles an hour. Here we've got some motorcycles back in our motorcycle class. We've got Johnny Phoenix from Chilliwack in the pit lane, Cascade Power Sports, going against Dustin from Surrey in TK Performance. Dustin's in a 2009 and Johnny's in a 2007 XZX14. With a huge lift there, and Johnny with a 9.491 at 143.86 miles an hour. Dustin at 11.864 at 121.29. Big thanks to everybody coming out to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways, the Friday night street legal sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Great to have you all out and see your smiling faces. I can even see them in the dark. I see you. Thanks for being out here today. My name is Chrissy. It's my first day. Big thanks to everyone on the live stream watching at home with your wobbly pop and your couch. Beautiful. But next time, why don't you come on out here if you can? Don't forget, if you live in Mission, it is free to come on out for Friday nights. If you're a Mission resident, make sure you come on out. We'd love to see you. Just make sure you bring a piece of mail or a piece of ID just so we know you're not from Surrey like me, sneaking in there. Hey, I'll say I'm from Mission, no problem. Just taking a little pause for a moment to do some track maintenance. Big thanks to all of our track officials, our starting line guys. Also big thanks to Steve and Kevin out there. They're old timers, I hear. Don't forget, on June 17th and 19th, we have the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, some of the best bracket racing in all of the Pacific Northwest. June 30th to July the 3rd, we've got Door Wars 10. West Coast Pro Mods, MDA Fabrication Outlaws 275, Door Slammers, and much, much more. Canada Day weekend, be sure you spend it here at Mission Raceways. We also have July 8th to 10th, we've got the Spectate Pro Drift event. Chelsea Denofa is coming, and he's a pro licensed dude, and he's super cool. July 29th to 31st, we've got the Loafers Old Time Drags for all those nostalgic cars that you love the most. That's July 29th to 31st. Be sure you check out our website, missionraceway.com, or join our Facebook page, Mission Raceway Park. We'd love to see you on there, and you can be up to date on all the information about our racetrack. Be sure you also check out the Titanium Auto Group and their Facebook page. You can enter to win $1,000 cash giveaways and a chance to win a car. I enter that all the time because Mama needs a new car. But I think, that Derek guy's car, that might be the way to go. We also have Badass Garage here selling novelty items, signs, balloons, man cave art, everything cool. Over by the pro shop, Badass Garage, they are there. Also, it's a good time to have a hot dog at the concession stand. Go see Nhra, she is so cool. Honda versus Infinity, next up. The pit side of 14.094 going 100.51 miles an hour. And the spectator side of 15.584 doing a 90.65. McLaren versus Alexis. If I'm winning the Lotto Max tonight, I'm getting me one of those babies. Spectator side of 15.058 doing 92.24 miles an hour. McLaren with an 11.055 doing 128.25 miles an hour. Volkswagen versus Volkswagen. Spectator side of 13.154 going 104.39 miles an hour, and pit side of 13.717, 105.78 miles an hour. Mustang versus Camaro. Spectator side of 13.647, 111.30 miles an hour. Just drove right by him. Mustang versus Challenger. Spectator side of 13.067 at 108.84 miles an hour, and it was close. The pit side of 13.107, 114.50 miles an hour. We've got the white truck with the interesting name versus the car on the spectator side. A 12.986 on the spectator side, 116.64 miles an hour. And on the pit side, a 20.713 at 61.40 miles an hour. Chrysler versus the Mustang. Racers, the last call will be at 9:20. 9:20 will be the last call. Right, we've got Ryan from Surrey in the Shelby GT500 in the pit side, Derek from Surrey in the 2015 Mustang on the spectator side. Who is going to take it, Ryan or Derek? What a close race. Look at those times, folks. Spectator side, an 11.732. Pit side, 11.717. It doesn't get closer than that, folks. What great racing action here today. Mustang versus the S10 coming right up. Great pass by the Mustang at 10.969, 124.98 miles an hour. Spectator side of 15.584 at 75.03. We've got an Acura versus a Camaro coming up next at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways, Friday night street legals. Pit side in a 13.160 at 112.41 miles an hour. Spectator side a 16.055 at 87.77 miles an hour. We've got the Tesla versus the truck. Who's going to take it, folks? What do you think? Side with a 14.206 at 101.89, and the truck with a 12.063 doing 111.74 miles an hour. We've got a great truck in the pit side, Mustang on the spectator side, carrying on with the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways Friday night street legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Pit side, a 17.045 at 82.61 miles an hour. Spectator side having a little problems, 24.727, 46.26 miles an hour. Volkswagen versus Audi are our next pair here. Side with a 12.159 at 114.95 miles an hour. Spectator side an 11.309, 121.45. Jaguar versus Charger. Side 13.124 at 107.60 miles an hour. Little squirrely on the spectator side, 15.814 with 107.37 miles an hour. Genesis versus the Volkswagen as we carry on here. Friday night street legals. A 16.502 at 96.14 miles an hour on the pit side. A 17.234 at 87.71 miles an hour on the spectator side. Audi on the spectator side, and I believe a Ford on the pit side. A 12.649 at 109.27 miles an hour on the spectator side. 15.507 at 92.01 miles an hour on the pit side. We've got a Mercedes up, our next vehicle. Great pass, an 11.868 at 119.60 miles an hour. Lanes are closing at 9:20. 9:20 racers, the lanes are closing. Here's our red truck here on the pit side. At 11.278 at 118.31 miles per hour for that little red truck. Mustang on the spectator side. .396 at 116.51 miles an hour. Wow, we had 97 cars tonight at Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. What a great evening of racing it's been so far. Just waiting to see if we have any more racers. Big thanks to everybody that came out today. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways, Friday Night Street Legals. I've had a blast. It was my first time announcing here. My name is Chrissy Anderson. Hope you enjoyed my, I don't even know what to call it, my spiel. Big thanks to all the ladies in the tower helping me, Shelby, Anna, Kim, Jesse's mom, everybody for helping me out on my first day. I really appreciate it. Big thanks to all of our track officials out there. What a smooth race for my first time. Thank you so much, you guys. We do have racing tomorrow and Sunday. Be sure to check us out on Facebook, Mission Raceways Park. Lanes are closed. Volkswagen versus Acura. Pit side at 12.117 at 112.44 miles an hour. And the spectator side is a 15.369 at 91.04 miles an hour. Camaro versus somebody, but don't worry, the computer knows all. A 12.999 at 113.92 miles an hour in the pit side, a 14.055 at 100.59 miles an hour on the spectator side. Our final cars here at the Titanium Strip, Mission Raceways Friday Night Street Legals. Volkswagen versus Infinity. a 12.999 and 81.83 miles an hour on the pit side, 13.559 at 116.5 miles an hour on the spectator side. We've got Sander in the Chrysler. Oh, well, it's pit side all day long. 13.232 at 110.06 miles an hour. Spectator side with a 21.207 at 54.19 miles an hour. Our last two cars for tonight, Mustang versus Mustang. Let's make some noise, let them hear ya. Pit side at 11.543 at 124.25 miles an hour. Spectator side a 12.443 at 97.66 miles an hour. So that. Right, that concludes our Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Thank you so much for coming on out and spending your evening with us here at Mission Raceway. Big thanks to everyone on our live stream. Thanks for watching. Be sure to come out and spend the day or evening at Mission Raceways when you can. Can't wait to see you back. Thanks again, everybody. Thanks to all the track officials, everybody that helped me out today. My name is Chrissy. Thanks so much. Good to see your smiling faces. It's been a long time. Have a great evening and a safe drive home.